Look out.
Oh, fuck me. Get out.
Gotta climb this. Not anymore.
How'd you like to chase all freedom? Requesting orbital strike.
Come on, motherfucker. That's right, bitches. Come on. Come and... Fuck yeah. This game would be... Ooh, that was almost bad. This game will be fucking great in multiplayer, man. Fucking once they got this shit figured out. Jesus Christ.
Mike, our card's there. Are you dead?
Are you?
No.
No. Did you take any damage?
How the fuck are we alive?
Did you take any damage?
No.
I didn't either.
I'm afraid to look up.
We're clear. Shit. Oh, ow.
Sending in an eagle.
Unleashing democracy.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling in a hellfire.
Oh, fuck. Skull. Skull. Head. Head. Head.
Okay, are you in an area where I can set my mine up?
Nope.
You're not. Where are you? Oh. I see you running around on the map.
I win, bitch. I need the card.
Well, I ran it away because of the head and the explosive skulls, and I was thinking about using the mine.
No! No!
Guy! No!
I'm fucked.
No, I'm saving your ass!
Thank
Did I save you?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah! Woohoo!
Okay, so that's a thing. Oh crap,
I
we got
know,
one
you're
behind.
feeling. That was a good job.
I just killed the other one too.
Where do I put this? Take it out of my hands. I can't. I think I had the appropriate reaction to that. Did you take any damage? Music. Oh god, I can't grab that. Okay, here, why don't we try this? No, it's my turn. Whoop! Did you eat me with that, or did I hit something? Like,
Where did you go?
I'm dead. Fighting a clown. Used a mine on it and a grenade.
Efficiency.
Are you dead? I'm not gonna look at it. I don't know if we look at it, it kills us. I'm just looking in the corner.
Hey, dude. I was like, okay, so the frogs are gonna be the bad one on this level. Nope. She's actually worse than the frogs.
You're doing like 6 damage, by the way. No!
I
What'd
beat
you
you
push
with
me
a
off with?
fucking doll.
He's coming right here.
It's fine. We have this room for 2 of us here.
He's going to run into the cut.
Ah! Oh, you fucking cheese dick motherfucker.
Just drop it. Wish you could turn it off. Oh, Jesus.
I got a computer coming down.
Head.
Fuck.
Oh, shit.
Nice job, Timmy.
God damn it, Timmy, you killed me.
Guys, bye guys. It was nice seeing you. Woo!
Joining the fray. Requesting air support. Requesting orbital strike. Attack pack inbound. Calling down a support weapon. Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry.
And I'm back. All right, who wants to see see the meat? That didn't come out right. That totally. I never said that, chat. That I'll never say that again.
Ah, I didn't make it. Not a great start. Oh, you made it! You made it!
Reinforcing.
They don't land on the mountain again. We're doing it.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, theys and thems, my non-binary friends, as well as my sibs from the cribs. Welcome back to the channel, y'all. Welcome back to the Church of the Lead Pipe. I packed the first bowl, I taken the first puff, I passed the ditch to the left. Our stone congregation is now in session. How's everybody doing today? Y'all taking care of yourselves and staying out of trouble? Anybody do anything fun, exciting they want to talk about today? What is up, y'all? Frosty, how are you, friend? It's good to see you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. How was your stream? You still there? Smoke some weed with me, friend. It's good to see you. Hey, Var, what's up, dude? How are you? Hey, you're all good. What were you playing tonight, Frosty? I didn't get a chance to look before I started stream. I got home kind of late. Chris, how you doing, man? It's good to see you, dog. FF16. Nice. I haven't been much into the Final Fantasy franchise in a long time. 8 is like my true love out of all the games. But oh, that's shitty. That's super shitty, Frosty. I'm sorry. Four is your favorite? 4 was good too.
Julia, India, docking.
Though I don't remember them that much. I know I beat 3 and I beat 4. Long time ago when I was a kid. Teenager, whatever. And Final Fantasy 8, I beat on stream here. I think I played 5, but I don't think I ever finished it. Yeah, I really didn't care for most of the rest of them. 8 was my, I love 8. The junction system is fucking phenomenal. Anybody who hates on it doesn't understand how OP it is.
Mike 3-4, Juliet, India, approach.
Like,
extending docking arm spin.
that junction system's where it's really at. Yeah, Cloud liked 7. A lot. I wasn't much of a fan. I played a little bit of it, because my friend had it on, I think, PlayStation something. Long time ago. But never really finished it. Didn't like it enough to go buy it. Oh, I got you, Chris. Everybody likes Cell, huh? It's really hard for me to pick a favorite character in Final Fantasy VIII. It really is. Like, they're all pretty fucking decent characters as far as lore goes. Eh, I don't doubt it. Oh, I got you, Frosty. I don't care what anybody says. 8 is totally superior to 7. 7 had kind of an okay storyline, I guess. But I didn't like a lot of the mechanics of 7. I liked the whole junction system of 8 so much better. And I like the fucking world building of 8 a lot better, too. I like the whole concept of seed and whatnot, but maybe that's just my bias as having started playing Final Fantasy VIII when I was still a teenager. So teenage mercenaries were all the fucking thing to me. Avalanche did nothing wrong. Honestly, I think my favorite character in Final Fantasy VIII, even though you don't get to play him too much, is Kyros. With Ward as kind of a fucking second runner-up right behind him. And Laguna, I mean, he was alright too. But Kyros was the shit, man. Kyros was my dude. Using K-Tars and shit, man. He was badass. I loved his limit break. I don't know how anti-military 8 really was, honestly. Because, I mean, you've got Seed, which requires, or recruits child soldiers, okay? Like, looking back on Final Fantasy VIII, just in context of today's world, it really didn't age very fucking well. But... Whoops. I don't know. I still like 8, though. It's my shit. It'll always be my shit. Just the game mechanics alone. Like, yeah, it can be kind of grindy. Because, like... So you have to play through 8 really, like, 3 or 4 times to really understand how the fucking junction system works and whatnot. And over those playthroughs, you realize some spells you really can cast, and some are better off being junctioned and whatnot, and sometimes sacrificing one of something because of what it does isn't necessarily the worst idea in the world. You know? Like, my last playthrough of 8, by the end, I was using a combination of just junctions and spells. You know, things like Meltdown and stuff, which, like, set an enemy's vitality to 0 and shit, and, you know, like, that could be a game changer when dealing with some of those endgame fucking bosses and stuff. And I remember going through it so that I could have my characters with, like double status attack, double stat, or I'm sorry, no, was it status? I can't remember. Like, everybody had status attack and status defense and elemental and attack and elemental defense. You know, I would, like, go through all the process of getting the stupid learn scrolls and the amnesia greens to fucking make Guardian forces to forget abilities so they had room for me to add abilities, you know? Like, some of those fucking huge ones were like fucking status defense times 4. Or elemental defense times fucking 2 or 3 or whatever, I think, is another really great one. You start junctioning stuff like that gives you like a spread of defenses. You know, like certain spells like Protect would give you like a little bit to everything, you know, and then you would fucking junction an element or whatever, and then whatever fucking, you would either become immune to something or certain things would heal you. You know, like, it was just a fun system to play around with. It was just very, very, very grindy. Because admittedly, it's not the most fun fucking thing in the world to sit there and draw 100 of a spell from a fucking enemy. But then, if you're sitting there just drawing, it's like, you're not necessarily doing it right either. Because there's so many abilities that allow you to convert things into spells, too. Like, you could go farm items and then convert those items into spells. You know, like, by about Disc 2, I was pretty much, except for certain things, I was done drawing fucking spells. Because I could make whatever I needed. For sure by Disc 3. All the Final Fantasy talk has got you all hard and shit. Damn. Well, we call it the Final Fantasy for a reason. Oh no, another one of my fucking power conduits just fucking ruptured. God damn it, which one broke this time? Oh god, I think it's this one. Yup. My whole ship is just fucking falling apart. My poor ship is just in really rough shape right now. Like, I did the fucking power conduits just all... Like, I had like 3 of them rupture last night while I was sitting here repairing fucking cargo containers. My whole electrical grid is just fucking shorting out and shit in random places. It's okay, I really don't care that much at the moment, because I'm gonna go through the whole electrical grid, and I'm gonna fucking fix everything back to fucking full condition. As well as get the exterior walls, at the very least, up to full again. Alright, sounds good, Frosty. See you when you get back. Welcome back, Eivor. I think I'm going to take a break from repairing this shit. I'm going to deal with the exterior walls and power grid. But let's replace the batteries in our drill really quick. Yeah, because that's almost dead. Let's swap batteries to this. Oh, why? Why do you have to access that from inside? Why can't you access that from over here, idiot? Stupid fucker. Oh, and now he... Oh, it's probably because I... Yeah. Okay, so I... That was my bad. I'm stupid. I wonder why security took a hit. Here's your problem. Why can't you repair that? Why can't you reach that? not sure why security took a fucking hit, but okay. Alright, Amor. See you when you get back. I don't know. I still got a lot to do. If I were to take a stab in the dark, I probably got about a third to half of them done, probably. Give or take. Probably closer to a third of them. Some at 500,000. And I've been selling them as I finish them. Yeah, I didn't have a choice. Well, I did have a choice, but it was just faster and easier to just take out a wall and drag everything through the fucking hole. And then put the wall back. Taking a break from repairing the cargo boxes, though, to fucking do some work on the exterior of the ship here. Deal with some of my electrical problems. I just lost another fucking power conduit over here. Yep, lost a conduit there. And it looks like I lost one over here, too. Somewhere. Oh, yeah, right here, actually. Whole ship's just fucking falling apart. Nice. Welcome back, Frosty. Salute. Cheers to the comfy clothes. Eivor, what percentage of the internet's bandwidth is porn? 2%, 17%, 22%, or 30%? %? That it is. It is 30%. But nobody realizes another 40% is fucking cat pics. Followed by feet pics. Same. Oh, I just lost another power conduit. That one's still probably fairly accurate. Hey, what's up, Anjan? How you doing, man? Check the battery in the Weber. Get the hacksaw out of your inventory. If you've got them both in your inventory, that's probably why. Otherwise, the battery in the Weber might be dead, too. All them manual tools, I throw them fuckers off my ship once I've got a Weber, man. Tools I keep on me, the Weber laser and the drill. That's it. And then I keep an angle grinder in one of my fucking storage bins in case I need that for something. Yeah, that won't help with that problem, Chris. That's an AI issue. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the problem. I always start by checking the batteries. It does. If you just take and throw it in your hand really fast. Whoops. If you just throw it in your hand really fast. You'll get a little inventory here. But the battery lasts a long fucking time, too. But again, if you have a fucking hacksaw in your inventory, your fucking character will opt to use the non-battery powered one over the battery powered one. For some reason. So get rid of that fucking hacksaw. And get rid of the screwdriver. And any other manual tool you have. You don't need them. Hey, what's up, Ink? How you doing, man? Yeah, your first one is rigged to give you a decent haul. The rest of them are always going to be kind of a crapshoot. Anjan, I had like 3 or 4 ships in a row last night that were just little fucking gas tugs. You know? I didn't get diddly squat from them, really. A couple of them had nav stations, but... Or I guess it wasn't last night, it was the night before. Either way. Alright, Anjan, see you when you get back. I think you just like to bake and get baked, Frosty. Or get baked and bake. Hmm. 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 Welcome back, Anjan. It's allergic to rain. Wireless internet is really susceptible to the weather. It's pretty fucking crazy. Hey, what's up, Cloud? How you doing? Oh, shit. Cloud, thank you for gifting a sub to Abor. I appreciate you, man. You're fucking awesome. Because you were preoccupied. I mean, maybe you're busy with the wife or the kids. You know, all things that are way more important than me. How you doing, Soyuz? Hey, what's up, Liara? Ruffle time. The dog's up, which means you're up. That's kind of how that works, right? They're just like kids. Once they're up, that means you're up. Hmm. They go back to snoozing. Yeah, after you feed them, water them, let them out. That doesn't surprise me. No different than cats. Huh. You gotta remember they're predators. So they have that downtime to conserve their energy for hunting. It's not uncommon. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. They're some of the fastest dogs in the world. Weird. I haven't played that one. That one doesn't really look like my cup of tea, truthfully. I looked at it, though. One of my mods, Lord Varian, wanted me to look at it. I was like, yeah, I'll pass. I don't know. I was watching Spange play it, and it just really, I didn't really see the point. The point is science. Yeah. Not interested. No, seriously though, I was watching Spange and a few other streamers play it, and it just doesn't look interesting to me. It doesn't look interesting to me at all. You know, and I don't have a lot of money, and can't afford to just go waste money on a game that I'm gonna play once and then fucking hate, and you know, so I do go and watch people play these games before I purchase them. You know. That one just, eh. I used to play a lot of zombie survival games and whatnot. Project Zomboid, 7 Days to Die, and all the like. Survivalist Invisible Strain. But yeah, I get bored of that concept too, which is why I rotate into them and then rotate back away. You know, really, space is more my fucking thing. If I really want to pick a genre game that I really truly enjoy more than anything else, it's probably space and science fiction. Well, no, because the walls are like a full-size floor-to-ceiling item. You could put them in storage racks, but you cannot put them in crates. A crate is like a suitcase. A crate isn't like a fucking crate in Project Zomboid. It's more like a suitcase. Okay? These are crates. They're suitcases. Right? Wrong kind of science fiction, Liara. This kind of science fiction. Empyrean Galactic Survival. No Man's Sky. You know, shit like that. It's space-ish. Not enough to really catch my attention or care enough about. SCP is so overrated. Abiotic Factor is a cool concept of a game if that's something that you're into. I didn't say it was a terrible game. I just said it is not for me. I'm not dissing the game at all. Please don't misunderstand me. I watched enough of it. I watched probably about a solid 15 hours of gameplay, and I was just, no. The reason I have Ostranauts is because I watched, like, 4 hours of gameplay watching Splattercat, I think it was, play it for like 4 hours, and Ostranauts captured me. The mechanics and whatnot of it. You know, the engineering aspect especially. Oh yeah, Ostranauts fucking captured me hard. Like, just like, and to be fair, I also, besides Splattercat, like, I purchased it after watching Splattercat, but before I even played it, I watched like 9 or 10 hours of this other guy fucking play it, trying to do a tutorial on how to do shit. So I at least had some idea of what I was doing going into it too. Even though I still made the fucking same mistake he fucking made in his fucking tutorial. I forgot my fucking pressure suit. Got to the derelict and I was like, oh, well, how do I... Fuck. Yeah, no pressure, none at all. Long story short, that fucking playthrough didn't last very long. Yeah, I think I'm still gonna pass on Abiotic Factory. What is that one out too? Oh God. Jesus Christ. How many more conduits are fucking busted? Jesus Christ. Ah, you switched to Linux. The only thing that really stops me from switching to Linux is some of the game support. Yes, it's getting better, but there are certain asshole games that use fucking what's it called? Fucking anti-cheat softwares that are effectively rootkits, and they don't work in the Linux environment. And as a result, because you can't install these fucking anti-cheat softwares, you don't get to be allowed to play these games. Among those games are games like Helldivers, right? The games themselves, if it wasn't for the anti-cheats, they would all fucking work, probably. But anti-cheats are pretty much what stopped me. It's hit or miss. It requires a bunch of dinking around, and I'm not going to go do a bunch of dinking around to play that game. But I can't sit there and play fucking video game roulette when buying games. I already fucking play video game roulette when buying games. Like, I don't want to buy a game and then I can't fucking run it, too, because it just happens to be one of those fucking fringe cases where it just isn't going to work for me. You know what, as a Linux guy, because I ran Linux for a long fucking time, I would prefer to be on Linux, but I can't. What I do isn't going to allow it feasibly. You enjoy LifePath. You can set up Linux to be just like fucking Windows as far as look and feel and functionality. Games are just where it gets to be questionable, and it's getting better with Proton. And until they find a way to create a compatibility layer for the anti-cheats, you know, like, that's the only thing that really sucks. But yeah, I used to sit there and make games work, Windows games work on Linux back in the day when we were using Wine. Before Proton and shit. I used to run Ubuntu. I had the fucking 3D cube desktop and everything. It's fucking cool shit. Oh, who gives a fuck about Fortnite? Once the game compatibility rate gets to be about fucking 90%, 95%, I'm gonna probably start looking at Linux again. But not until then. Because at that point, Linux also opens me up to a lot of older games that just don't work on Windows anymore because Windows has progressed beyond them so far, and Linux has compatibility layers for those old-ass fucking games. Some of those games are probably available in the repositories. Well, yeah, that's the other side of the coin. Linux is not malware-proof. It's just a lot harder. It's a lot harder for malware to take hold. Because it requires a little bit more of a user interaction to do it. But that being said, eventually somebody's going to just start installing fucking random packages that they don't fucking know what they are, which is basically effectively running a random exe that you don't know. You know, and then they're going to infect their fucking Linux. It's just that fucking simple. The only difference is whether it fucking asks for a password every fucking time you try and do it or not. I would argue the less protection. There's really a lot of protection software out there for Linux. Like, despite the lack of viruses and such that are out there that target Linux, there's still plenty of antivirus software that is written for Linux out there. But that's the beauty of open source, because it's not just like the idiots at Microsoft that you have to worry about fucking keeping their shit up to date. It's the entire goddamn world that uses the operating system, keeping shit up to date. You know? And everything gets scrutinized, and as soon as something looks fishy, somebody fucking says something. That doesn't mean people don't try fucking fishy shit. It's still gonna fucking happen. But it's just a lot harder. But no, I love Linux. I love I love the lack of bloat. I love the customizability because I can bloat it as much as I want to do various fucking bells and whistles and stupid things. You know, like Linux is fucking great. Never mind the fact that you're never going to have to worry about some auto-executing script on the fucking internet fucking infecting your shit. Which is currently a problem with Windows. Windows developers themselves. No shit. Well, and the beauty of Linux too is there are plenty of like pre-built distributions out there that you can fucking use that just work. Or if you really have some technical know-how or a fair amount of experience with it, you can go for some of them stripped down fucking distros and install exactly what you fucking want instead of a fucking basic default bunch of fucking shit that everybody probably quote unquote uses. You know? I liked Ubuntu because it was kind of in the middle on that one. I keep waiting forever and ever for the fucking Steam OS to finally release, quote unquote. I mean, they've got like experimental fucking weird things that you can fucking download that are Steam OS and whatnot, and I think they're like the easiest way to install is using like Bazite's Linux OS or something. But like once Steam OS is actually a thing, like any other fucking Linux distro, I think that'll be a total fucking game changer as far as the gaming industry goes. Yep. Yeah, that was kind of the gist of it that I got. It's not completely there yet, even though it works really well from what I've seen. You know, on the system builds that were demonstrated, I should say. But it still suffers from like the Proton compatibility layer for fucking playing games and shit, like because it anti-cheat still doesn't recognize like Steam OS as a fucking whatever, you know? So you're still not going to be able to play certain fucking games. Although I think Helldivers will recognize Steam OS and fucking the Bazite installation, you know? And its fucking anti-cheat will accommodate that. I think that's what I've been seeing lately. But that's specifically Helldivers. That's Arrowhead being Arrowhead. Oh, in Linux. Brain. It works, I swear. What, on the Discord? Yeah, trying to. Yeah, that's what I do when I'm like doing downtime repairs and shit like that, or anything that's taking forever. I quick tab over to the Discord and see what's going on over there, see if anybody needs help. Hey, what's up, Kai? How are you? Buckfire, what's up, my dude? Flying around for no reason, just wasting fuel. Look for more derelicts, get more loots. I'm taking a break from repairing fucking cargo containers and shit to actually doing some fucking TLC on my own ship. My fucking power grid's fucking blowing out in random fucking spots left and right. Ooh, electrical engineering's now 75%. Huzzah! Damn, 7 days in a row already, Kai? Nearly had a heart attack on the flotilla and immediately started repairing. And you're on a 7-day streak already? Damn. Yes, it is. That's why I said it's a suitcase, really, and not a crate, and that's why you can't store the walls in it. You can store floor tiles and stuff in there, though. Yeah, I fill it with backpacks, and then I throw all the little pieces, parts, motors, motherboards, scrap aluminum, carbon fiber, electronics, and shit like that in the bags. That's why I pull my pieces, parts out of to repair shit. When a bag gets full, I throw it in a storage bin. Free up the slot for another backpack when I have one. Yeah, your early expansions are just gonna be a fucking bitch. Not a lot you can do about it, really. What I typically do is the first thing I do, Anjin, once I've got a little bit of a nest egg of money so I can pay my mortgage while I'm fucking around. The first thing I do is I salvage batteries from ships, and I just sticker them to the outside of my ship just jack them right into the power grid. So I've got more power, so I can stay out longer without having to go back to the station to recharge batteries. And then I'll float around and look for a really large derelict, and then stay docked at that derelict and just start cutting pieces and putting them on my ship directly. Just cut and then reinstall. And expand that way. It's the easiest way to do it. But it's only feasible if you've got enough battery power to hold out. So, like, I'll find a way to strap batteries on until I have 4 ship batteries, right? And then that'll give me power for about 16 hours, give or take. And that's more than enough time to cannibalize a derelict. The only thing you gotta watch out for is if you've got to take a shit. And bring some food and water with you. Once you've expanded your ship a little bit, you'll have floor space to just start throwing fucking stuff down like I do. Like doors just sitting here and fucking power conduits and floor tiles and walls. And just fucking throw them on the fucking floor. Invest in these Testudo super handy equipment trucks. The supplies kiosk usually sells like one about every 24 hours. And just start investing in them, because these will hold larger items. These will hold walls and stuff. And they're like a 5x5. The only thing they can't carry is anything that has an oversized tag. And it's stuff here, like this one here. It says oversized, right? If it has this, you can't put it in the dolly. Otherwise, everything else can go in there. But you gotta have a 3x3 space to set it down, which sucks. But hey, Anjan, you've gotten farther than you got before. Another thing you could do, Anjan, is you could just install those floor tiles outside the walls of your ship. And then you can just set stuff on those floor tiles. Like, you could set the walls down on the floor tiles. You know, you just without, you don't have to add walls to expand the floor space. You can expand out into the fucking vacuum. You just can't access any of it unless you have an EVA suit or something, right? And I've done that a number of times too. In fact, I did that in this playthrough. I put a lot of the floors down, and then I went back to the station, and then I came back and did all the walls. What I would do, Anjan, is I would focus on expanding just floors. Just build some floors outside the walls of your ship. So you have storage space to just put stuff down. And then, when you can go get some walls and you can put the walls in. And then once the walls are in, you can take out the old interior walls and let the atmosphere expand into the new space. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways you can expand your ship. Or methods you can use to expand your ship. Some easier than others. But all of them end up with the same end result. You know, you said you got 2 full crates full of tiles. Floor tiles, so that's like... what is 9 times 5 is 35? Times 2. So that's 70 floor tiles. Or if you will, it's fucking 10... It's floor space equivalent to like 10 nav stations, 10 nav consoles. Oh, you fucking fuck. Really? All right, Avor, have a good night, man. Get some good sleep. I'll catch you tomorrow. Salute. Right? I learned a lot about like the under the hood when it came to how a computer works in my time using Linux. It was very educational, to say the least. I remember the satisfaction back in the day of getting games to work on Linux, Windows games to work on Linux. Yeah, doing the juggling with wine and stealing fucking Windows files from a fucking Windows installer from a Windows CD cab file, you know, to throw into the wine environment to utilize when the fucking uh 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 um repository shit wasn't working. You know, I haven't listened to the Ostranauts soundtrack since, like, the first month I played this. I have to have my own music with the vast majority of games. Oh, I need to check these. That's fair. Helldiver's music's alright, but again, I like playing my own music. There's updates again in an hour. Where are we actually? Right now, I've got my fucking cargo hold all cleaned up. At least until I have to get rid of all this crap. A lot better. Alright, back to this grueling task again. Oh, God damn it. Missed these two. Blessed Heretic, how are you, friend? It's good to see you. How'd the rest of your stream go? You ever manage to actually get some sleep? Got filtered a bit. Oof. And then your clients woke you up. That's how it goes. Yeah, all you're seeing right now is me repairing the shit that I've salvaged from derelicts and whatnot, but to give you an idea of, like, the aesthetic, this is your navigation console. Like, literal buttons and switches and shit. And you gotta, like, request permission to dock with places and undock. You got the old school alien docking ring. It's got super crazy realistic flight mechanics. And then it's like a map of the solar system, too. Like, it goes way, way, way out. Not that I can go any of these crazy distances, but, you know. But the basic loop, as I keep scrolling in here, is you fly out to these different derelict ships, you dock with them, you salvage what you can off of them, come back to the station, repair it all, and then sell it to the different fucking kiosks that buy stuff. It is early access, so it's got a little jank to it. Especially the old Unity jank, because it's built on Unity. An old version of Unity at that. But the jank is kind of part of the charm, too. I tell you what, though. I watched Splattercat play this game for a little bit, and I instantly went and picked it up. And I've now got, like, over 1,200 hours in this game. The character creation is kind of a little adventure story deal. You pick options, and you like, pick an adventure deal or whatever, and it gives you a story with some dialogue options. You pick a dialogue option, and you get rewarded or penalized based on what that option you picked was. And then, in addition to that, it's got a little bit of a character customization thing with a positive, negative to pick traits and stuff for your character. Anything you didn't get during those adventures, you know. Like, it's... And then the character creation is super exploitable, as I've got kind of a character that's not a genetic dead end. But I got crazy amounts of traits. I sat there and did adventures to get a whole bunch of positive things that I could remove to get, or to pick up other things, you know? Like, it just, super exploitable character creation system if you want to put the time into it. Cataclysm. Yeah, it's very much the same deal point system wise, right, as Cataclysm or Project Zomboid or Neo Scavenger. The difference is instead of points, it uses years of your character's life, right? So as you pick and do things, your character gets older during character creation. But, like, removing certain positive things will give you years back. Right? So, yeah, so instead of it being just a point system, it's how old do you want your character to be? My character's 35 years old. A nice, respectable age for a spacer. And this game has all the potential in the world for doing, like, meme runs if you want to do, like, challenge stuff and whatnot. Like, you can have a genetic reject for a character and see how long you can survive like that. You know, or you can challenge yourself to, like, play a specific way. Like, it's got this whole gig kiosk system where you can get jobs from the gig kiosk. And some of them are simple. You just run this part from this kiosk to another kiosk on the other side of the fucking station, and you get paid for it. Other ones are like you fly out to a derelict and investigate a murdered body or something that's there, and then you bring back the details of the kiosk and turn it in and get paid for it. There's all sorts of ways to make money. You don't have to just salvage and shit. Though salvaging is admittedly, in my opinion, the easiest way to get rich. So there's not really so much aliens, but there are things that you'll see that'll be unnerving. I don't really want to spoil too much of it. And then there are pirates that will board your ship and try and mug you. And then there's cops, which aren't really cops. They're more like hired security goons. To salvage in the boneyard, you have to purchase time to be out in... Whoops. You have to purchase time to be out in this boneyard checking out all these fucking ships and it's ripping shit off. If you don't purchase your time, the cops or the security guys, if they scan your ship and they decide you're probably illegally salvaging, they'll come and harass you and extort you. Or they might even rough you up. Or they might just give you a fine of like $15,000. Or you can sit there and do a little social battle with them to try and bribe them or get them to let you off the hook or whatever. Unfortunately, what I'm doing right now is literally going to take, like, the next 2 days of my fucking life. So... a classic line from Aliens that I like to use a lot. In space, nobody can hear you scream. Okay? So when they board you, they're going to come across through the airlock onto your ship. As long as you don't let them get back to their ship, nothing ever happened. They can't, like, the cops can't, like, put a warrant out for assault or murder or anything like that because they're dead. But if they make it back to their ship, they'll fucking radio you in. Oh yeah, totally. Fucking, you could totally go murder hobo and then strip all the expensive stuff out of the cop ships. Like, almost every cop ship has these Hydra intake, or Hydra RCS intakes that are worth a small fucking fortune. Like, there's only like one cop model that doesn't have them. You know? So you like totally go murder hobo on the cops. You can even, if you really want to be murder hobo, you can even try and be sneaky and kill people on the station. As long as nobody saw you do it, it never happened. I had somebody that decided they were going to start randomly reporting me to the fucking station authorities for doing something I wasn't doing in another playthrough. And I ended up kept having to load my fucking game because this guy, he would see me and he'd report me. Well, finally I got sick of him and I loaded my fucking game and I snuck up on him really fast and I fucking quick stabbed him a few times and then I fucking walked away. Station techs came later and removed the body. Nobody knew the fucking wiser. So there really aren't traps per se, but some things I like to do, especially when I decide I'm going to murder a cop, is I have a multiple door setup, typically. And I'll wait more towards the middle of my ship, over by a switch that's hooked up to a door. 'Cause there's like these little switches and stuff, right? And when the cop steps through the door and the door closes, I'll flip the switch and cut the power to the door. Then they can't leave. And I'll just start shanking the fuck out of them. So that's about the best you're going to get for a trap. But a little spacer ingenuity does wonders anyway. The other thing, too, is my ship is built tile by tile. Everything's tile by tile, right? Like, it started out as, like, just this little bit of section right here, pretty much. And I expanded out. I'd dock with derelicts, and I would strip off floor tiles and walls, and I would build it out. And then you have to, once you've got your floors and your walls in, then you have to run power conduits, right? So you have, let me go into my visor so you can see my power visibility. You have to run power everywhere to wherever you want to have power, right? You don't just put stuff on the ship. You have to put, if it's something that requires power, you have to run power from the batteries or a reactor to it, right? And that's all done tile by tile, right? To run the power. Power conduit is like one little section here, you know? And the thing that really sold me on this game, and I've been really sticking with it hard since, is really early in my learning process of understanding the mechanics and whatnot, I got struck by a micrometeor that ripped a hole through part of my power grid. It didn't breach the hull of my ship, but it knocked out power to half of my ship. I lost my navigation, I lost my fucking transmitters, I lost fucking everything. I had like one thruster. That was it, and no way to control it. And I was cruising, fucking cruising towards a derelict. And I'm like, oh fuck, what the fuck just happened? What do I fucking do? And so I had the game paused, and I sat there, and I'm just looking. I'm like, I'm fucking dead. And I'm looking at my ship, and it's one of them fucking beat-up starter ships that really looked like it was roughly used by the person who had it before me. And so it had jumper cables sticking out of the wall that weren't running to anything. They weren't doing anything. They were just plugged into the fucking power conduits and just hanging there, right? And so I unpaused the game, and I installed like 5 of these little fucking jumper cables. And ran power. I stretched power from where I did have power in the ship. I stretched a fucking jumper cable line all the way to the side that didn't have power. And all of a sudden, all my lights and everything came back on. My nav console came back on. I had navigation and fucking attitude control. And it was the most satisfying fucking experience that I could fucking straight up engineer my way out of disaster. And ever since then, too, I carry a handful of these fucking loose jumper jack cables. In case I have to patch power for some reason. Another thing, too, is it's not like movie fucking flame thrusters and whatnot for your propulsion. The Ostranauts uses compressed gas through an RCS intake system to create thrust in one direction or another, right? And that being said, the gas is typically produces thrust by taking cold compressed gas, usually N2, from an installed canister and passing it to onboard thrusters, right? Well, it says usually N2. It doesn't have to be nitrogen 2. You can use oxygen. Or you can use CO2. I had my first trip back from, or to and from Venus ended in a disaster when I had to cut my reactor early and lost my fucking torch propulsion. And I had to go on straight up RCS. And I ran out of RCS fuel, trying to slow down to less than the speed of Mach Jesus, right? Didn't know what to fucking do. I'm like, fuck. What do? I have no fuel, and I'm cruising at fucking over 1 kilometer per second or something by this point. And, what's up, Jazz? How are you? And so, I'm like, what the fuck do I do? And I start reading the description of the intakes and whatnot, and I read that compressed gas usually N2 thing, and I'm like, maybe it doesn't have to be nitrogen. Maybe I can use any gas. And so I put on my EVA suit, my helmet, and then I ran around my ship, and I shut down my entire life support system, and I pulled all the fucking oxygen tanks, and I pulled all the fucking nitrogen tanks from the life support, and then I went and found all of my extra tanks that I had in storage for oxygen, and I hooked them all up to my intakes, and then ran back to my nav console. Lo and behold, my thrusters were working, and I was able to slow down just enough that I could drift the rest of the way back to port. At which point, I changed my underwear, and then proceeded to fucking do repairs. Like, this game allows for a lot of outside-the-box thinking to handle situations. You just have to stop and think about it. Like I said, there's some buggy jank, you know, but that's typical of any early access game. So the only thing that really matters is mass. The placement of your thrusters and such really doesn't matter, so you can design your ship any which way you want. You can have a big old fucking box, or you can have a bunch of little boxes. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't really truly matter. One thing you have to understand about this game, though, is where my airlock here is, that is not the front of the ship. The ceiling is actually the front of the ship. The front is above your head, and the back is actually under your feet. So when you're under thrust and whatnot, under propulsion, your ship is actually moving towards your screen, technically. And that can be hard to wrap your brain around. But yeah, as far as the physical design, it doesn't matter. As long as you've got enough intakes and thrusters to handle the mass, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, look at my big box design here. I only have thrusters here and here, and here at the moment. Technically, technically, I should have thrusters over here on these quarters as well, but I don't. So the way that micrometeors work is they hit the outermost tiles of the ship, as they technically should, right? So they hit all of these exterior walls, and as they punch through, they'll go farther and farther back. Though they just like lightning, they never really strike the same place twice, unless you're unlucky as fuck. They do have, in this game, a Whipple shield system, which Whipple shields are an actual real-life thing. They actually use them. NASA uses them. And what a Whipple shield is it's a spring bumper. So you can install these Whipple shields around the outside of your ship or wherever you want critically protected, and they'll handle 1 or 2 micrometeors before they finally break. And you can technically use those as said skirts. Otherwise, you could technically do the same thing with, like, floor tiles. They'll function in much the same way. But Whipple shields are lighter. You gotta take into account, like, how much mass you're adding to the ship when you go and do things like add something just for protection and shit. One puff coming right up, Jazz. Another thing to note about this game, Heretic, it is very much real time. If you look down here at my clock in the lower right corner, 1 second is 1 second. It does have time dilation options. You can speed up or slow down time as you need to. Though, I'm pretty cautious of speeding up time, because when you make things move faster in things that have a lot of moving parts, things can happen. You know, and then there's a super fast forward option for skipping hours at a time, like 1 to 6 hours. So if when your character is tired and needs sleep, you can just set your roster so that they sleep for however many hours you want them to sleep, put them to bed, and as soon as they're sleeping, you can skip time 6 hours, and they'll be refreshed. So you don't have to sit there and wait for them to sleep for fucking 8 hours or 6 hours or however long you want them to sleep. You can actually time dilate that. Just straight up skip time on it. And slowing down time is really nice when you're doing like micro corrections to your course and whatnot, or your bearing, trying to align with something you're trying to dock with a little bit better. No backpacks, huh? Bastards. Additionally, there is a whole state of mind system for your character, too. Your character has little moodles and stuff, and as they improve or get worse, your character's state of mind gets worse or better or whatever. That affects your character's work speed and whatnot. And additionally, on top of that, there's different skills and stuff that you can learn over time just doing stuff. Some things you can even pick up a lot of it during character creation if you wanted to. So my character, he's middle-aged because he's 35 years old. He's arrogant, slovenly, tough, slow metabolism. He's treacherous. He's fit, attracted to women. He's patient, but finicky. He's a genius. He's cruel, charismatic, beautiful, and lustful. He's a masochist. He's brave, coordinated. He's complacent. He's a liar, fast healer. He's got arthritis. He's vengeful, and he's selfish. So what treacherous means is your character harbors no loyalty to anybody but himself. Cruel, you delight in causing others pain. Masochist, you enjoy experiencing pain and punishment. Vengeful means he'll hold a grudge forever. And then selfish, significantly more likely to serve himself over others. But the kickers really are masochist and cruel. Makes him really, really, really tough to fucking kill. Because even if something does hit him in a fucking fight, you know, that's like the old classic. Just remember, if you grab them by the throat and they smile at you, you are not the one in control, okay? That is basically this guy. Yeah, he can get injured, but he loves pain. So in other words, he gets a mood boost every time he pricks his finger. I think the reason for that is because there's a lot of psychological moodles. Achievement, altruism, autonomy, contact, respect, family, intimacy, meaning, privacy, security, and self-worth. They all have a different effect on shit, with the exception of, like, cruel is more related to character interactions, and so is masochist. Classic damage boost from health loss. Yup. I'm telling you, you grab them by the throat and they smile, you're not in control. I actually like them separated, personally. Though, sadomasochist, yeah, I mean, maybe. More room for blood splatter. They've got other systems implemented into the game because they've got like a whole gas system and whatnot, right? For atmospheric gases, etc. There's a hypoxia and what's the other one? Hypercapnia. Those are both serious things. One's caused by CO2. It's probably right around about the same learning curve. This might actually be a little bit more difficult in some respects. This is not a game you just pick up and play. This is a game you pick up and you die and you pick up and you die and you pick up and then you learn something and then you die and then you pick up and you learn something else and then you die again. Wait till you see the process of starting a fucking fusion reactor. That's fucking intimidating as fuck when you look at that control panel for the first time and realize you have to flip literally like 10 switches. In order. It gives you a little light up checklist, which is kind of nice. But when you see it for the first time, you're just gonna go... Yep. If you can think like an engineer, you can probably survive most disasters that you'll run into, at the very least. Yeah, I was doing that early in the beginning, too. Honestly, that's part of what would bring me back to the station, is because my CO2 levels. Because otherwise, my only other option would be to open my airlock and vent the cabin. Which I did that on a number of occasions, too. Just because I needed more time and didn't want to go back to the station. Temperature causes gases to expand and contract too. So like, if your ship gets really, really, really cold, the atmospheric pressure actually does drop inside the ship. I typically don't. I only put my EVA on when something breaches the hull or when I'm going to board a derelict. Or when a pirate boards my ship to fucking try and mug me. So I want my EVA suit on so I can fucking throw them out the fucking airlock when I'm done with them. Jazz, your puff pass card is a puff. Everybody, take a puff. I have to repack my bowl before I can take a puff. The other problem, too, is you can't sleep in your EVA suit. So you really can't wear it 24/7. I mean, you can pass out in the fucking suit, like, from exhaustion. But I don't ever recommend running your character to the point where it's blacking, or to the point where they're blacking out, because it takes a lot to come back from that. Especially if you black out in your suit, you're probably not coming back from that. The other thing you have to worry about at the start of game is you start out under crippling debt. My little starter ship started out with a mortgage of like $860,000 that I've been paying off $2,200 at a time. Slowly but surely. Though once I have the full amount to cover the mortgage, I'm just going to pay it all off in one shot and just be done with it. There's different types of market kiosks and stuff too. Like you got a regular old fucking scrap dealer that will buy some stuff from you for a shitty price. If you purchase a license for time in the boneyard, that also gives you access to the licensed salvage kiosk. And they'll buy literally anything and everything, including trash, for a couple pennies. Some things are worth more than other things, but they'll buy literally everything. You can buy random supplies from this supplies kiosk. This is a cargo trade kiosk, which I'm dealing with right now with these cargo pods, because they pay a lot for them. And then this is a transit thing that'll take you to another part of the station. One of the other parts of the station is called the Old Emporium, or Mescaform Bar, and there's a black market dealer that hides out in a dark corner of that bar. And if you can get in good with him, he'll pay a higher rate for random items. They don't buy everything, and it's not guaranteed what they're going to buy when you talk to them. But when they do buy something that you have, they pay more for it than the other kiosks do. Black market's fucking huge. Huge, huge, huge money. Typically I'll sell whatever I have that the black market wants, and then anything they don't want that I have, I'll sell to the other kiosk. Jared, what's up, my dude? How are you? You can interact with NPCs and whatnot, too. Have, like, generalized conversations with them. Not, like, actual conversations, but, you know, like, shoot the breeze and stuff like that. And you can actually make, quote, friends and stuff. You can hire crew, though I don't recommend it, because micromanaging crew is still a pain in the ass. You can your character can enter relationships with other characters too. One of my boodles is fucked up. Oh, it's that one. Okay. I don't interact with a lot of NPCs. Black market dealer is pretty much it for me for the most part. Every once in a while an NPC will contact me, and I'll go find them and talk to them and see what the fuck they want. And they might have me go do something for them. Oh, I can't scroll this list anymore. I'll report that. And usually that, whatever they want, involves going to talk to somebody else on their behalf or fucking whatever. I'll do some of that shit if it's all local in the area that I'm in. Otherwise, I ignore them a lot of times. In theory, though, if you do favors for the right fucking people, you could, like, possibly, like, get good standings with, like, the pirate faction as an example, and then they might stop attacking you. They might stop boarding your ship. You know? Which actually wouldn't be the end of the fucking world, but I really don't want to go in the trouble of trying to do that. It just sounds like cancer. In an upcoming update, they will be adding ship-to-ship combat, though it's gonna be like kind of primitive-ish tech as far as that goes. So we're talking like really long-distance weapons fired from like 30 kilometers out, and they're usually dumb firing or have limited tracking. So you don't have to worry about like getting sniped or even trying to snipe something. If you want to destroy someone, you pretty much have to saturate the area. And ammunition in this universe is going to be really hard to come by because of a disaster that's rendered Earth inaccessible. Everybody who's in space is on a salvage economy. Okay, so wasting ammunition is not really advised because you're not guaranteed to be able to find more. Yeah, accuracy through volume. Yeah. And then there's the other deal of, like, you don't necessarily want to shoot at something you might want to salvage. Because, like, if you do hit, it's probably going to get turned into a fucking wreck of twisted metal. And not have much left of it. You pretty much save your weapons when you just want something gone. I don't know how I feel about the ship-to-ship combat. I'll make a decision on it when it finally becomes a thing. Because that might be a make or break for me on this game. So if it's not done right, it could be just fucking terrible. Anybody who's played fucking first-person shooters against fucking AI bots knows that the AI is either really, really fucking stupid and just shouldn't be playing games, or it's fucking aimbotting and doesn't fucking miss. It's so hard to find that happy medium, you know? And that's what I'm really afraid of when it comes to the ship-to-ship combat. But that being said, because, like I was saying, long-range weapons, so 30 kilometers or whatever out, it takes time for that shit to travel that distance, right? You know? Like, or at the very least, you know, even if it's moving at a kilometer per second, for example, that's still 30 seconds before it's within striking range, right? Right? That's 30 seconds you can fucking do maneuvers to try and outsmart whatever limited tracking capabilities those weapons have. Right? And when you're in space, and at talking those kind of distances, a little fucking correction of just a couple of degrees is a huge deal over a vast distance. Right? So those weapons, when the targeting computer is trying to come up with a firing solution for you or for your enemy, its firing solution is based on an assumption of where you're going to be in whatever amount of time it's going to take for those weapons to hit you, right? And if you do the opposite of what it's assuming you're going to do, you might throw the weapon tracking off. In theory. Long story short, it's not going to be hit scan weapons. Which might make the balance a little bit easier to obtain. But that being said, you know, because of things that can shoot at you, that you might not necessarily want to have a giant fucking ship. You might want to have something light and small and nimble. You know, and just go out and quick hit a couple derelicts, grab a couple fucking things, and go back or do whatever, right? You might not necessarily want a ginormous ship, because more mass means you need more power to fucking move it. Exactly. I think with my throttle maxed out, I think the most I can push in this ship is like 1.5 Gs or something, right? Of thrust, of force, right? I don't know what that translates to in meganewtons, but it's like a G and a half, right? But I really honestly don't care that much because I typically fly around with my throttle set so that I'm only pushing about 1/3 of a G. Because I do the gradual build up for speed and then slow retro burn to slow back down, right? It's cheaper, it saves fuel. But you can crank that throttle way up to get up to fucking super fast. You know, if you wanted to. Your character can pass out from being under too much G-force stress for too long. That's actually a fucking thing. I've never blacked out from too many Gs, but it is a thing. There is medication you can take in the game that'll help combat G-force stress. It's like G-lock or something like that. It gives you like an hour or something of G-force resistance. And then you can get things like compression leggings that'll help with circulation and help combat your G-forces a little bit more. An absolute best case scenario character with fucking best possible skills or traits. Not genetic dead end. Wearing fucking compression leggings with no inventory on them. And using the fucking G-force medication. And I think they have to be laying down in a bed, too. The most G-forces they can handle, I think it's like 27 Gs or something crazy like that. But that's like an absolute perfect storm of a character with very specific conditions that you're not going to maintain. I would imagine a normal character probably without help for medications and shit's probably passing out at anything over 6 Gs. A genetic dead-end character is less than that, probably closer to 3 Gs. You can have a second ship, but docking space is kind of a problem. When you dock at a station, it costs money. There's docking fees. And additionally, as long as you're docked there, you can't dock another ship in that spot. But you can, once you purchase your citizenship license or visa, you can purchase your own private apartment for fucking $3.5 million. And that comes with your own private dock that does not have docking fees. But you can only have one ship on it at a time. But you can purchase multiple apartments, apparently. So, alternatively, if you're feeling ballsy, you could leave your extra ship just kind of drifting in orbit. But I really don't recommend that. Because, like, if somebody, like, runs into it or something, flies into it and sends it fucking flying at the speed of Mach Jesus in some random direction, you might never see it again. Human-piloted kinetic missiles. So, there is a thing called a towing brace, which I have installed on my ship. And what that does is, typically when you dock with a ship, you should never engage your thrusters, because it causes stress on the hull of both ships and can cause catastrophic damage. The towing brace does is it braces the ships so that you can actually move the ship around or whatever, slow it down or whatever. You can manipulate the positioning of whatever ship you're docked to if you engage the towing brace after you dock. right? What you can do, a lot of people joke about using a towed ship. They'll get up to a high speed and then quick run and disengage the towing brace and then go back to the computer and then undock and let it fucking cruise at the speed of Mach Jesus towards whatever fucking poor unfortunate soul is some fucking 30 kilometers away just chilling, minding their own fucking business. So what happens is tiles just start to take gradual damage. Like, you'll notice, like, my tiles are, like, dirty and shit, have splotches. That just means they've taken damage. And a lot of this is built up stress damage from pirates docking with my ship at fucking high speeds, right? But when you engage your thrusters while you're docked to something, that catastrophic damage gets really bad really quickly. Like, tiles will start to break. You don't rip out chunks, but tiles will break and the hull will breach. I even suspect equipment can break too. But I haven't actually seen it. But I have ripped fucking... I have fucking, like, ripped tiles apart from engaging my thruster accidentally while docked to something. You could do that. Oh, crap. Won't have to pay the pilot more than once. So, there is a thing in this. There's this thing called death pay. Okay? When you hire somebody, there's typically a death pay that's part of the contract, and that's a lump sum of money that you give them in addition to their wages in case they die. If you fire them or terminate their employment at some point, you get that death pay back. But if they die before you terminate them, you lose that money. Yeah. So yeah, death pay is a thing. The death pay is negotiable, but it all depends on, like, your social moodles and stuff. And their social moodles. What mood they're actually in. How willing to negotiate they are. As well as their traits and whatnot as well. I don't exactly have the best traits for negotiating pay with a fucking potential crew members. I definitely do not have the best traits for that. If you have a really good relationship with an NPC, you might be able to hire them for free. But I'm not entirely sure what the requirements to get the negotiation to go that low is. Oh, and payments are made in shifts, not in days. And a shift is 6 hours. So whatever pay you negotiate with them, like $1,000 as an example, that's every 6 hours. Things like your mortgage are on that same schedule as well. You have to make a payment on your mortgage every 6 hours as well. Jared, your Puff Puff Pass card is... What do you think is the most pointless holiday? Easter. Absolutely fucking worthless holiday. Because it's not recognized as an actual fucking holiday. As far as, like, federal law is concerned. So most places won't give you time and a half for working it. A lot of places just fucking make you work it anyway. Yeah. Fucking dumb. That is a religious holiday. What the fuck is Christmas then? Groundhog's Day, that's a pretty fucking worthless holiday. Except that it's your birthday, so it's not so bad. I'm just gonna refrain from any comment on bunny suits. Man, it depends on the kind of bunny. You know? I mean, it might not be so bad depending on the kind of bunny. Might not be child friendly though. Yup. I used to work for a holiday gas station. They didn't give you extra pay for fucking working Easter. And the reasoning was it was a religious holiday, not recognized as a holiday. So fucking dumb. And it's true, it's not recognized by the federal government as a holiday. Oh my god, I only have 13 of these fucking things left to repair. I love finding the cargo ship that's got 36 of these damn cargo pods on it, but I also hate it at the same time. So, I mean, it's great because it's like cha-ching dollar signs, you know, because it's like 36 cargo pods will get you around $900,000, right? Right? But the trade-off on that is you spend fucking 10 fucking thousand years fucking repairing the damn things to get that top dollar for them. Yeah, profit through pain. Yeah, if you want to get the top, like the 21,800 I'm getting for each and every single one of these fucking things, I have to repair them to 100%. And because of their size, they've got a lot of fucking hit points. So it takes a long time to repair them. On the flip side of that, though, is the skills used for repairing them are civil engineering, combat engineering, and construction engineering. And because of how many ticks it takes to actually repair these, you actually get a huge, huge amount of fucking experience towards those 3 skills when repairing these, right? Like, when I started repairing these, I was only at like 5%, or not even. I think it still said 1% or something. And now I'm at 25% on all 3 of those skills. By the time I'm done, these skills are going to be almost maxed out. And then I'll be able to do this a little bit faster. As well as anything repair or install or dismantle or whatever, anything else that requires those skills. Any of those 3 skills. This actually is the one time where extra crew would be really nice. Maintaining the ship would also be really fucking nice. Because repairing all of this little fucking stress damage and whatnot takes a lot of time. Like, just repairing my exterior walls and power grid here took like an hour and a half tonight. Just to do that. And then I've been dealing with these things since. And the only reason I stopped to do this first is because the grid was in real rough shape. I was having power conduits just fucking explode left and right while I'm fucking trying to repair this shit. Half my ship would go dark randomly. It'd be like, God damn it. And after I patched up like the 3rd one, I was like, you know what? Fuck this. And I fucking just went down and repaired them all and said, fuck it. Flip side of that is now all I have to do is the interior repairs, which admittedly go kind of a little bit faster than the exterior repairs because I'm not in the EVA suit and working more comfortably. In theory. Is this thing playing 2 Michael Jackson songs in a row? It totally is. Why? It's on shuffle. Okay, whatever. It's a great song. I've got 3 Michael Jackson songs in this entire list. It's played 2 of them in a row. $35.5 hours of music. And it grabbed 2 fucking Michael Jackson songs in a row. Okay, maybe it didn't play them in a row. I actually didn't hear Fake It or Walk This Way. I wasn't paying attention. Either way, that's like 2 Michael Jackson songs within 4 tracks. I just added these songs today for one of my coworkers. He's like, I want to hear some Michael Jackson. I'm like, okay, I can make that happen. I went and grabbed like 3 songs and added to this list. I know, that's why I randomly add a new song to my fucking playlist periodically. Because it resets that whole fucking shuffle, so it stops doing that loop for a little while. As it gets into a fucking pattern, you start predicting it. When you add with Spotify, when you add a new song, it does something and it changes the math for the algorithm. And so you end up with a different shuffle. That will still fall into a pattern, but man, at this rate, I might be able to leave the station tomorrow night. Fucking A. It's such a great song. Yup, it sure does. I'm gonna be looking at doing that after I finish repairing all these fucking cargo pods and freaking other random shit that I've got on the ship that I need to sell. It's gonna take me easily a fucking day, probably. Yeah, that's the way to do it, man. Hey, no problem, Jazz. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you, friend. Salud. Get some good sleep. Rushi, I enjoy just about all music, man. It's the blessing and the curse of the DJ. Yes it is. And then we go from that to ICP. Oh my god, only 9 of these damn cargo containers left. Nice. Yeah, ICP's been around a while, man. They actually just came to Minnesota back in June, I want to say. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford the fucking tickets. You can recharge them. This is an EVA battery charger here. And then there's one up here on the K-leg. Right next to the license kiosk. Hey, what's up, Bask? How you doing, man? As soon as you get a chance, Anjan, you're going to want to get a second battery. Until I have my own charger, I usually leave 1 or 2 here. And then bring 1 or 2 fully charged ones with me. Yeah, you can throw them in this charger right over here at the next to the license kiosk, next to the coffee vending machine thing. Straight across from the gig kiosk. I just leave the fucking charger hooked up all the time. I don't even care. The power draw is negligible. Especially when you got fucking 8 batteries. Alright, you guys. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. I gotta wrap things up. I gotta get some sleep because I gotta work today. We got 7 cargo containers left to repair, plus some other fucking crap, nav consoles, and some other shit. And then we gotta repair the rest of our ship. And then we'll be able to go out and hit more derelicts and hopefully expand the ship again. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Subsicle. It's good to see you, man. Even if it's just for a second. I'm sorry, bud. I gotta work today, though. It's the fucking weekend, man. It's Sunday. But it's the last day of my work week, so I'm off for the next 3 days. So. But don't go anywhere just yet. We are gonna find someone to raid. Smoke a little weed before I go. That's what we do. Who to raid? We could raid. Let's raid Claiborne. He's playing RimWorld. So you just talk to them. You don't even have to romance them. You just gotta become friends with them. So when you right click or whenever you click on them, select the black market dealer, you get a bunch of chat or talk to them dialogue options, the green options. Yeah, it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of work. You just gotta, every time you see him, just shoot the breeze or say, how are you, or whatever. Eventually, like, when you have the black market dealer selected, if you go all the way to the top of his character sheet that's on the right side in the tooltip, it'll show your standings with them. And once it gets to, I think, 75, I think you become friends with them. Yeah. You just keep working at it. There are options during character creation, adventure things. One of them will give you access to the black market dealer. I can't remember which one it is off the top of my head. I think it's rare salvage, but yeah. One of them has an option for smuggle it through the black market. That'll give you a black market contact next time you create a character. Yep, standings. Yep. I think it's 75 where you become friends. Don't quote me on that. But typically, the higher that number, the better off you are. Okay? Yeah, you can't just flirt with the black market dealer anymore. The black market dealer is a random person and they've got preferences. So if your character isn't their preference, it's not going to work. You have to actually become friends with them. So. So I had one instance with a character creation where I had the black market dealer access, but then I had another one where there was a instigate violence option with some other situation, adventure situation, and I won the risk on that, but the person I beamed over the head, quote unquote, happened to be the black market dealer, and so I lost access to the black market pretty much permanently for that run. So yeah, during character creation, if there's anything that you do that ends up making somebody your enemy and that somebody just happens to be the black market dealer, it'll cancel out the black market access from smuggle flip through the black market. So you got to be careful when making enemies, because you might end up with the black market dealer as an enemy during character creation, which sucks. Really sucks. Yeah, it's something I learned the hard way. Because, yeah, when you make an enemy during character creation, the game picks a random character to be that enemy. And then when those characters are inserted into the game after character creation is over, they're assigned their jobs and whatnot. And you can just get really unlucky and have the black market dealer or any of the bartenders or whatever be fucking enemies. You know, cops and all sorts of shit. But anyway, I gotta start wrapping things up here, you guys. I'm gonna take a puff. Our raid target tonight is going to be Claiborne. When we get over there, I want you all to give him a follow and show him love and support from our community and let him know that the Church of the Lead Pipe is always with him. As for me, I'm taking another puff, getting ready to get out of here. I'd like to thank y'all for coming and hanging out with me tonight. I love and appreciate all of y'all. If you like my content, be sure to click the follow button so you get notifications as to when I go live. I am here Monday through Thursday nights from 7 p.m. Central Standard Time until at least 5 a.m. and Saturday through Monday mornings from 1 a.m. Central Standard Time until at least 4 a.m. Means I'll be back again tonight when I get off of work. I'll be back for some more Ostranauts, you guys. Take another puff. To my friends and crew over on YouTube, I love and appreciate you guys as well. Thanks for coming back and checking out our Ostranauts streams as I get them uploaded over there to YouTube. It means a lot to me, you guys. I greatly appreciate it. If you like our streams and you want to support the channel, all you got to do is click the subscribe button and the bell to get a notification as to when I upload the next VOD to YouTube. If you click the like button, that helps immensely with the algorithms, you guys. Would be greatly appreciated. But one last thing, the most important thing, those of you on YouTube who are also members of our Twitch community over here, I'd like to invite every single one of you guys to come hang out with us, jam out to tunes, play some games, and most importantly, smoke some weed. All you got to do to get in on the rotation is click the link down below in the description, click the follow button on the channel page, and get a notification as to when I'm sparking up the first bowl of the night, you guys. I look forward to getting high with y'all. I've had that happen before, too. That's fucked up. But they do that. But anyway, you guys. One last puff, and I'm calling it a night. And with that last puff, you guys. That last puff, you guys, that is going to do it for me. Wrapping things up for tonight. Thanks again for coming and hanging out. I will be back again tonight after I get off of work, but until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Stay safe and stay high. I love y'all. Peace.